have a lap full of Bean right now. I'm not sure if you guys can hear him, but he decided now was a good time to hang out. So I don't know. I gave him what's usually my lap blanket if he would like to go in his chair, because I don't have his blankets ready yet. Oh hey, that's cool. But yeah, let me get the announcements sent out. Hello, Mr. Bane. And a tweet. Are you ditching? Are you okay? Are you gonna go in your chair? Mr. Bane. Scratch break. Are you gonna go in Beanie's chair? I guess the answer is no. Mr. Bane. Hi, nice boy. What do you want? Okay, so I have a plan, quote unquote, for today. We'll see how the plan actually executes. Hey, Oatmeal, Sleepy, Melrose, Purple, enjoy your lurk. Hello, Flamingo, Sun with the tay, ha. Is it actually? It's just like haha, but I feel it's like haha. Like, do you know what I mean? Hi, Mr. Bane. I know he won't stay here once I start with nail polish, so. Nice boy. Yes, you're a very cuddly boy today, Mr. Bane. Mr. Bane. Mr. Floof. Mr. Grey Floof, sir. Happy, sad, silly, confused. Okay, look here, sir. Okay, sir, can you wait? Can I get it out of the bag? Lorca with the 35 months. Hello. Hey, Music Gal, welcome. Okay. Okay, please, Mr. Bane, be okay, slow. Okay, you got it. That's all. Hey, Nine, welcome. Hope I didn't miss anybody else while I was dealing with. Once the bag comes out, he just turns into a little gremlin. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Bane. But yeah, Lorca, thank you so much for the 35 months with the Prime. It's a lot of months. Hey, Mr. Beanie. Can we go back in Mr. Beanie's chair now? Can we do that? I put a blanket there so you could be very cozy. Let's go in Beanie's chair. Are you skeptical of the coziness? Trust me, homie. It's very nice and soft for Baines. Good boy. Yes. Nice boy. I was just putting it to the side, sir. He was pretty happy with that. He was skeptical at first. So I'm not obviously getting started as early as I had initially like optimistically thought maybe I could start. Okay, these are we talked about this and then we did a tiny small amount of testing, and I want to do a little bit more testing and then do manicure. Camera. Are we already gonna have to turn off the autofocus because things are too shiny? So, Beanie is cozy. Hey, Izzy. Initially, I had thought, okay, maybe like some slime. I was like, which green would I use if I were to do like slime? And then I was like, well, but what if I like layered the slime? And I did this very, very sloppy test. And I kind of like that idea, but I don't like how I executed it there. What is today, you guys? The 23rd. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think they both like I had the 3 greens out at first, like the yellowier green, and then like the truer green, and then like the light green. The light green I felt like very much did not lean towards slime, but I like the layered colors together. But then I had a couple other thoughts. So we've got 3 pre-prepared. I mean prepared means to done prior, but like I did it before stream. Okay, moderately organized. They don't look that different on camera, but we have black, 1 coat black, indigo away, and electrostatic, which is the black holo, as possible base options. And then I also had the thought, so okay, indigo is way here, so bases. And then I also had the thought, like, I don't know if it needs to be fancier. This is why I want to do some testing. I just want to see how it all like actually ends up to look. I was like, well, what if in addition to like the colors that are like green slimy looking, like what about other like Halloween colors? Like what about like, you know, orange and purple? Or what if I tossed in a little bit of silver? Or what if we did the black cream base, then we also tossed in electrostatic into the mix? Like just to make it a little bit more interesting. Also, Mel, hello. Fleeked Up Geek, welcome. Kyle, enjoy your lurk. Very nice, cozy bane. So that's what we're going to be testing. Just things, many things. Maybe I should do peelies first. I've lost like obviously a couple. I've lost both my thumbs too. The thumbs, I mean, I'm gonna have to blame the thumbs on just gaming that fucking hard. Because last night, you know, I normally try to keep, you know, a realistic head on my shoulders. I would not say that I usually game. Last night I gamed. Yeah, well, it's getting chillier. And, like, he has some blankets that I usually use for his chair, but I don't have them ready for him yet. I gotta, like, air them out a little bit and see if they need to be like washed or anything. I don't remember if I washed them before. I must have washed them before I put them away when I took him off his bed. So they probably just need to be aired out a little bit. But yeah, that's usually when I talk about pulling out my old lady blanket, that's what I'm talking about. It's my lap blanket. I usually keep it stashed like under my desk. Hey, Flamingo, congratulations. In last night's edition of What the Fuck is Going On, I got a gigantic raid while I was at the end of Pantheon 5. I'm very shocked with myself. I was talking about this earlier in Ref's chat. I'm shocked that I didn't choke. I'm so shocked that I didn't choke. Yeah, I don't honestly know what time it was, son, but yeah, I got rated by GDQ. Which is not like on the big, you know, it's not big GDQ time, but it was it was still fucking pretty big. I mean, it was like a lot of people. Most eyeballs on me at one time ever. And like the timing though. Oh my god, I was positive in my head there was no way I held it together to beat Radiance. GG stands for good game. I mean, I suppose there could be other meanings too, but yeah, generally, good game. Oh. Yeah, like just, okay, yeah. Anybody that's like on Nail Stream is like, what is a Pantheon and what is Games Done Quick? It's like, game things. Games Done Quick is a pretty big channel. They do a twice yearly, like charity speedrunning marathon, and they also have a variety of like gaming and speedrunning shows throughout the year. And I was shocked to put it lightly, to put it very lightly. Yeah, I think good going is same vibe as good game. Like, especially if it's like not at the end of a run, like if it's like after a boss or something. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, so I got the fattest raid of my life dumped on me. Fucking like, I don't know, like 1,300 people or something. And I didn't die. I was very proud of myself. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Flamingo. Oh yeah, that's, yeah. Like, I don't know. I know, you know, it was several in, because like I failed and then I got the PB and then I failed once or maybe twice and then I was on that run and then I did a couple more runs after that. Hey, Punch Buggy, welcome. Yeah. I mean, it was a pretty, I mean, especially, you know, I think depending on, you know, the vibe of the show or the vibe of what's going on, you can get a lot of different vibes of chat. So, and chat, those who are here, y'all did great. Welcoming in people when I'm slightly too distracted to welcome in people. So, I mean, just like to summarize, like if you're unfamiliar with gaming or anything, so my main game I play is called Holo, and there's a challenge that's basically very, very end game. That's a boss rush of every single boss in the whole entire game, including some exclusive, like, extra hard versions that you don't get to fight anywhere else. And I was on the third boss to the end of that when I got raided. I can't believe, though, you know, I can't believe that, like, I held it together for that, and then that was the last run that I finished. We had two more where Absrad just killed me. She's so tough. so tough. And a big old fat raid last night from Scud too, who beat P5 from the first time. I was so pleased. I was so pleased to see him stop by and to see that he had beaten Radiance's ass. I gotta check out that VOD. Because I had stopped by the other day and he was in P5 and practicing and stuff. I was like, oh, good luck. And I was like, how many times have you if you beaten Abs Red in the hall? He was like, I haven't. I was like, that's choice. I didn't say that. I don't remember what I said, but I was like, oh, like I must have said something, because then like he went and practiced a little bit. And then like I dropped a little bit of knowledge. And he was like, what? And then like it was like, I don't know, a couple days ago, and now he's beat P5. And I think that's so cool. Hey, Anne, welcome. Alright, let's clean the rest of Existential Crisis off my nails. I guess I could have given you guys a little bit of flashlight time before I took it off. I'm sorry. I'm concentrated on the slime already. And I'm not super shocked that it popped. I would say it was a little bit of a thick application, not in a bad way, but in a way where, I mean, you saw how nice the peelies were. Sometimes the nicer the peelies are, the more they want to just like pop off of your nails. Where was I going with that? Oh, I'm a little disappointed that like I had like 4 pop off, because we're only on like, well, wait a minute. When did we did it? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Oh, we're on day 5. I guess. Okay then. I'm less sad. I don't know what day I thought we did nails, or what day I thought today was, or anything about days. Days are too complicated, officially. Like usually I can get 3 good days of wear out of peel off base coat. And then like 4th day things start to get sketchy. Your order just shipped today. I know sometimes around launches they have like things are shipping a little bit later, because that's like a week delay. I wonder how big their team is, like the shipping warehouse team. Might do a little bit of cuticles too before we start the manicure, but I want to do testing first. Because I'm so curious. I want to see what things like look like together, like actually. You know what I mean? Yeah, Izzy. Which I guess makes sense, because like if you're doing a launch, you're gonna have like all that like ready to go. Easy to just slap a label on it and ship it out. Okay. Clean nails.
Hello chat, good evening.
Hey Trina, welcome. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Okay. Black, indigo, electrostatic. Should I make a note? Okay. I'm leaning toward like the greens together, but I also like, a part of me really likes the idea of including like the black and the silver. I also don't like, do I want to try and use a brush? I mean, I'll need a brush for some of it probably. do I want to try and use a brush for all of it? Because, like, I feel like, man, like, my drips are chonky. Like, in this testing, like, those drips are chonky. Was I trying to do that with just a dotting tool? Maybe I'll try this with a brush. The other thing that I feel like I have to figure out before getting started with the actual manicure is, like, whether it would be best for all nails to be the same, or if I want to, like, alternate the way that I'm layering the colors. Like, let's say I use the light green and the dark green. Like, is the light green in the background on every nail, or are there some nails that have the dark green in the background and the, like, lighter green in the foreground? Existential crisis. It was hard to... Oh, it's right here. It's, like, literally in front of my face. I feel like it was quite hard to capture in pictures. We got a couple times during, like, flashlight time and like on stream where it kind of came across, but, like, it's a complex it's a very complex color, but, like, it is, though. Like, there's a lot going on and I like all of it. You got your order yesterday, Trina? Nice. Let me just clean this lid out real quick. Cat hair and dust. Beanie's hair is stuck in here. He's so comfy. I'm so glad he liked it. I wasn't sure if he would like it. It's like, I don't know if you can really tell on camera, but, like, it's nubbly. It's like, it's not just a smooth blanket. It's like little nubs. Okay, so let's get some of, what is this called? Full charge. I wonder if Christine will come out with, like, nail art brushes now that she's got the cleanup brush out. Like, definitely, like, I think a more delicate drip. Because, I mean, also, remember, like, nails. Like, I probably only have room for 3, maybe 4 drips per nail. They need to be more dainty than I was doing them. And then, like, what do I want to do at the top? Do I want to, like... Oh, that's kind of hard to see. Maybe if I zoom in a little more. Maybe I should have been doing this testing in the black notebook. That might have been easier to see. I guess that's okay. Okay, let me try over the other colors. Ooh, it pops, like, it makes indigo away pop more, like, on top of it. Kind of messy. I'm not going to worry too much. Like, I do think the brush is probably the way to go. Or a very small dotting tool. I'll maybe try that also. Clean brush. Because, like, we want the droplet to be a little fat, but we want the drip, the actual, like, long drip part to be, like, not that thick. The name of the grub high up in QG, the mom grub? The one by all the fool eaters, Tiger Mama? Yeah, that's my thing too with stuff like that. And, like, I have a set of flame vinyls too that I've never gotten around to using. Okay, so I like that small brush. Was I using... I mean, this is my second to smallest tip. Was I using something larger than that yesterday? I mean, I don't think I'd necessarily want the absolute smallest tip. Feels kind of jank. Doesn't look too bad though. Still might want the brush for like the top section. The top section looks rough. Yeah, see that one came out chunkier though, and maybe because I didn't clean off the daughter in between. Because I don't have not quite enough polish out here. Oh, that one's really nice. Shape-wise. Honestly, out of the choices so far, oh, it's hard for you guys to see. Like, I don't dislike electrostatic, but I like the black and the indigo better just overall. Now, if we were to add in other Halloween-y colors, use the dotting tool when you did yours. I don't remember what I did the last time when I did the blood drops, and I don't think I'm gonna go look. Teriyaki salmon, that sounds delicious. I think overall the brush is going to be the better choice. Purple too dark? Purple's quite dark. I mean, it will pop because Holo. Probably won't show up much at all over the indigo. TBH, they're really close. This and the indigo, I mean, maybe I'll prove myself wrong. This and the indigo seem closer than electrostatic and the black. Honestly. It's a nice drip. It's almost invisible, but it's a nice drip. I mean, I guess too with top coat, like the cream would be creamier and the Holo would be hollowier as far as visibility. Yeah, I'm almost certainly a no on electrostatic at this point. I mean, I'm gonna finish with these little drip swatches because I mean, why not? But I'm just not feeling it. It's between the black and the indigo, I think, and I'm almost leaning toward the indigo because it would feel maybe not quite as spooky, but a little bit more unique. Oh, there's a beanie here I failed to get off of the lid. Yeah, flamingo. I always like those type of looks. It's like, oh, that would be cool. And then I think about it. I'm like, do I want to do that? Oh, that's such a good drip. I love it. I don't love the way I'm doing the tops necessarily, but I'm getting much better at getting like a drippy looking drip, right? That's a great drip. That orange drip. This is why we test, y'all. Not just like to know stuff, but also just like practice. Eases my mind considerably, TBH. Oh, even against the purple, I like it. The indigo, I mean. A sinister night at sea, yeah. One more. Yeah, okay, we also want to do, aside from the colors, I want to do the silver and electrostatic. Well, I don't need to do electrostatic over itself, obviously, that wouldn't be a thing. Rainbow Flood is one of my favorite Holo taco polishes. I wore it just on its own for, I think, maybe 2 weeks. That's not a cute drip, but it's okay. I wasn't sure how the silver would like look with the orange, like if I were to pick a metallic color to go with orange. I mean, I think obviously like gold would come more to mind, but like the orange is like not so warm that the silver looks weird, or maybe the silver isn't so cool that the orange looks weird, if that makes sense. And then Grim, nice amethyst. I can't wait to see. Oops, I like smooshed that purple drip a little bit. I guess when I do like lay them on a little bit on the thick side, I need to like wait for them to dry a little bit or to settle out. Tiger Mama, congratulations. Alright, oatmeal. See you later. Also weird. Alright. So, I mean, now electrostatic over black is obviously going to be pretty subtle. Also, I mean, like, I'll keep it real. There's a part of me wants to do a whole manicure that's just black and electrostatic drips. Can you imagine? Oh, that'd be so sick. So with the white background especially, Indigo Away comes off very, very dark. But let me just show you guys. There. It's not. This is Indigo Away next to One Coat Black. I feel like I should have. If I get it, there you guys get a little bit more of the like purpliness to it. It's just hard to show in the white notebook. I probably, if I'd really been thinking ahead, should have done the swatches in the black notebook. I can see them better in person, but I mean, I'm always trying to make it so that you guys can see what the hell I'm doing also. I guess I could do, of course, I don't like to do much testing in the black notebook, but I do have a page that's been like all testing. And honestly, over the indigo, I don't know if I like the yellow green as much anymore. Over the black, I do. Over the indigo, I don't know if I would include it. Maybe I would. Some of these drips I did really good. Some of these drips are more than a bit wonky. Also, like, how many is too many colors to be going? And do I want to have the same thing on every nail, or do I want to, like, alternate what layers of color are on which layer of drip? Hey, Crystal Claire, welcome on in. Yeah, it's like been growing all week. It's like every day it's a little bit bigger, but thank you. And yeah, this is Beanie. He is very cozy today. Okay, I don't have a treat in my hand. I'm sorry, sir. I'm just reaching out to touch your floof. He usually has his own set of blankets, but he has my blanket today, and he seems to be quite content with it. We've got a little bit room left on this page. Let's, we're doing some polish testing for like a drip manicure. Let's, oops, I shouldn't leave this dirty and crooked. What did we decide today was? The 23rd? We'll do the rest of the testing in the black notebook, and then you guys should be able to see it better, I think. Now, I think per nail, 3 or 4 drips is going to be the max. So I don't think I want to use more than 3 or 4 colors. Even though we tested... well, how many? 2, 4, 6. We tested 6. So we have to get rid of at least 2. Hey, a beanie treat from Izzy. Thank you. Mr. Bain. Would you like a treat? Mr. Prince? Great Prince? Nom nom nom. That's all. Thank you, Izzy. Oh, you came from YouTube. That's always nice. Like, I don't know, I feel like I'm always on YouTube. I'm like, if you'd like to check out a live, come over, and like nobody ever. No, that's not true. People do, but I feel like more discovery is from other methods. Oh yeah, amethyst? I'm not surprised by that. I think most of the creams stamp really well. Royalty blue, yeah, Tiger Mama. Royalty blue is a beautiful, beautiful blue. Good morning, Mandu. Hello. Yeah, a lot of the people that came early came from YouTube. But then I think it's more sometimes Twitter, sometimes still YouTube, sometimes Twitch, sometimes I don't know. I should have a channel in Discord. How did you originally find me for my own research purposes? Such a cute Bane. Yeah, Bean does have an that's my lap blanket. When I talk about my old lady lap blanket, that's what I'm talking about. Alright, I'm not gonna put that on top of that because that is wet. Put it over here. We'll do cuticles while we wait for that indigo to dry. Okay, you know what? Let's just do a little poll right now. I'm curious. How did you find me? spelling. 2 minutes. How did you find me? Two weeks ago when Christine showed my water marble, I was so fangirling over that. I honestly would. Oh, Facebook, Trina. I guess that, yeah. I mean, I have a fan page on Facebook as well, but I like cross post to it from Instagram, and I should have put Instagram on there. That's how often I update my Instagram, y'all. I forgot Instagram like fucking existed. But like, yeah, I do have like a page that actually has like a lot of followers, but the way like Facebook treats pages changed, and I don't know, doesn't get a ton of interaction. No, those fit under other. I'm too lazy to redo the poll. Facebook and Instagram, yeah, those things are things that they exist. For the spiderweb design, would a sewing pin work? Yes. Or even like a toothpick. Anything small and sharp, like the way that I was kind of drawing the drips with the dotting tool. Same idea. And with a little practice, you can get very good at like drawing with the thing that's not a brush, for sure. Twitch Raider browse, yeah. That sometimes it's like, I don't know what I expect of myself to like actually remember, or to like have a little notebook or something, but sometimes it's so frustrating. It's like, I realize that I've known people for like years and I don't know how we met. Like, I'm like, wait a minute, but how? And like, there's so many like interlapping like social circles. It's like, you know, you start wondering like, who within this group did I even meet first? How did I, you know, what, how, what, when, why, who, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the amount of crossover that there's been between nail peeps and game peeps is very, what's a word that's like flattering, but I mean not flattering, but like a different word that kind of means that. That's how I feel. Dude, I just happened to see, and I was like, should I make a post about this? And I was like, yes, because I'm trying to like do more than just live announcements on my Twitter, which is like really hard. I don't social media like that. I don't have any urge to tweet like everything that pops into my head, or even like anything that pops into my head. I'm like, nobody cares about that for me, but I'm like, I should post more things that aren't just like going live. So I'm like, if I, you know, think about something like, oh, I should say such and such, I'm like, well, actually comment it, stupid, and comment on other people's tweets and tweet about things that seem like maybe I ought to tweet about them, like the 10-year anniversary of one of my biggest videos. I was kind of surprised that it actually is not in my top 10, but yeah, Lorca, like I just happened to see when I was looking at like how things were doing for Halloween related stuff, that was like the actual day. I was like 10/22. Isn't that today? 10 years ago? And then I was like, ugh, ew. Gratifying. Tiger Mama, that is the word. Yeah, I've been on YouTube a long time, Punch Buggy. Like a really long time. My 12-year YouTube anniversary is next month. And YouTube is frustrating. I saw a tweet by YouTube today. Said, would you like to make another channel for shorts content? I was like, no, I don't want to make another channel for shorts content. I don't want to be penalized for having content of different lengths on a single channel when the content is about a topic on that channel. And I don't even make shorts because like my brain doesn't, I mean, I get them, I understand them, they're cool, I like watching them, but when it comes to like thinking about how I could make a short, there's nothing there. But like, I mean, I could tell that the algorithm doesn't necessarily really like that I upload my nail VODs on the same channel as my nail tutorials, but I've already got 3 channels. I really don't know if I want to fuck around. Like, well, I don't want to fuck around. I just wish YouTube didn't make it so that you got rewarded for fucking around. I guess is what I'm trying to say. The glory of the YouTube water marbles, and then the VODs brought you here. Yeah, I'm so glad, like, I don't know. I don't expect the VODs to do as well as the tutorials. Like, not everybody has time for that. Not everybody has an interest for that, but like, over my time on YouTube, I've honestly been really lucky. I get very few like haters or negative comments. And it's astonishing how many of those are on like the VOD content. Who does she think has time for this? Like, dude, people that like listen to it like a podcast, or people that watch it in parts, or like, I don't know. And the fact that like the algorithm doesn't like it as much either, it's like sometimes I question my decision, but it's like when I think about it, I'm like, I don't want to split up my nail content. I don't want to. And so I'm not gonna. Yeah, playlists, or like a thing that I do is I try to make everything as like easily recognizable at a glance or at looking at the title as possible, right? It's very plain what is a VOD and what is like an edited tutorial. Like, why are you clicking on something to talk about how long it is when you saw how long it was before you clicked on it? I don't get it. Wait, you can speed up things on Twitch. You can. Can't you? I think you can. But now I'm questioning it. But yeah, it's like I don't know, like the mentality of, you know, I saw, I don't know. Like, if you only are here for that type of content, that's fine. Just watch that type of content. But how could you be like mad of me putting out other kind of content that other people enjoy? Like, that's the thing I don't like. And also YouTube, why should I be punished for that? You know, the way the algorithm works is so fucked. I'm so over YouTube. Like, I refuse to play the please the algorithm game because it changes. As soon as you figure out the game and start to play, then it changes. So I don't know. That became my attitude quite some time ago on YouTube. I was like, you know what? I just literally can't. I'm going to do what I'm doing. And if YouTube likes it, that's great. And if YouTube doesn't like it, well, I'll wait a month or a year or whatever until the algorithm changes again. Yeah, scam baiters are pretty funny. I don't watch any particularly, but like when I see like clipped content or stuff like that, it's always pretty good. Yeah, Instagram is the same. And I mean, I don't know. I almost got back on a good like rhythm with posting to Instagram. Like, I posted some over the summer and then I fell off again. I don't know why Instagram, I don't know when or why or what exactly, but Instagram is so frustrating for me. Like, I don't know. Number one, I already hate editing, so then like more editing after I'm already, you know, quote unquote done editing. It's like, I don't want to look at another picture. I don't want to edit a watermark onto this. I'm done with this for right now. And then it just never gets done. Yeah, and then too, like I said, since the stuff cross posts, then Facebook doesn't get any content either. I used to, I don't know. I don't think I used to hate, I never liked editing. Like, I never liked it, but I don't think I used to hate it as much as I do now. Because I used to do, like, even more, like, photo editing, and I use the term editing very loosely, because I'm not in there in Lightroom color correcting or any of that stuff that I probably, like, realistically probably should be. But, like, you know, just, like, cropping stuff down or adding a watermark or, you know, small little stuff like that, like, didn't used to be like, ugh, I don't wanna, like, type of mood. And now it 100% is, like, anything to do with editing is that mood. Even if it's, like, the simplest thing that literally would take 30 seconds. I don't wanna. I wish I mean, I kind of, like, there's a part of me that wishes I could just, like, offload all my editing stuff, but number one, control issues, and number two, money. So, that's a no. Excuse me. Alright, we're almost done with cuticles. Those little swatches I painted out should be almost dry. And then we can see how the drips look over the purple base, the indigo base. It feels very purple to me in person. But yeah, I don't even remember what got me off on that tangent. Something about YouTube and VODs and stuff like that. Oh, their post, their tweet. So I actually, like, I replied to the tweet. I was like, no. I don't, like, imagine if I tried to do that for, what, do I need a shorts channel for every one of my shorts now? A shorts channel for every one of my regular channels now? I'd instantly go from 3 to 6 channels. That's too many channels. 3 channels is already too many channels. Especially, because I'm already considering a 4th channel. That would probably be a channel that didn't get a lot of uploads, though, if I did make, like, a highlights channel. And the only reason I would do that is because the number of, like, video game highlights that I would have compared to how many video game VODs I have feels very lopsided. With my nail art VODs, like, when I archive those, there's almost always a tutorial to go along with them, so it feels more balanced. Every now and then, of course, there's, like, a plain manicure or whatever, but there's tutorial content to even things out, whereas, I mean, like, with games, I know that wouldn't be the case. A shorts channel and a shorts channel, yeah. Hey, Chalcedon, enjoy your lurk. I don't know. YouTube is an old frustration at this point. I still love it, but I don't love it the way I used to. And every time I go to YouTube to watch one of Christine's streams, I'm so irritated with their just entire everything. Not everything about, like, the way that they present streaming, but, like, 90% of it is just, like, so awkward and weird. But that might just be because I got used to Twitch in the first place. Might not actually be awkward and weird. See, so it's not just me night. Yeah, it's like, it's a whole vibe. Like, it's functional, but it also is just like a vibe. And they're missing like so many like community features, I feel like. I need a cough drop. Ricola. So, no, it looks so dark, you guys. I'm sorry. I feel like we could do purple, green, and orange, or purple, green, and black, or purple, green, and silver, or the 2 greens and the silver, or the 2 greens and the black. Tay! Look at it! Look at it! Look it! Tay, congratulations again. Congratulations. Hey, Spacey. Yeah, although BTTV is coming to YouTube, it's apparently in beta. It's like out in limited access. I posted that Christine should try to get in on it, but yeah, like emotes are weird. I heard that too, like, I don't know if anybody like can confirm this, if anybody has enough like subscriptions on YouTube to confirm that you can't use your subscribed emotes in other streamers' chats on YouTube. Me and Tay should do a tandem nail stream. The Ricola is meeting its end. Yeah, I'm not a member in any either. There's nobody who I catch. Oh, yes, that was a cough drop literally fucking falling out of my mouth. Because I was crunching on it so hard. Oh my god. Like Fire, you know, I might consider for Fire if I caught his streams more often. God, he like starts stream early. Almost never see his streams. And Christine's I've managed to catch a lot lately, but like Sunday afternoon is a time I'm frequently streaming, so I don't always catch hers either. Well, and she doesn't even have memberships turned on. Yeah, gifting subs is a huge community thing, and like raids is a huge community thing. Your nails are in need of a nail care stream. Dude, Tate, you could just do them right now. Do them right now while you hang out. Actually, I shouldn't. Mine don't look great right now. We just like did a whole bunch of scraping on them, and they've had acetone on them, and why did it come up as a null? Why is that alert still borked, Flamingo? Thank you for the gift sub to Tay. Oh no, to Crystal Claire. Why did I don't know. I was looking at Tay because I was just noticing that Tay is a tier 2, and that your name came out of my mouth instead of Crystal's. Yeah, no, it's like, you know, okay. Actually, probably most of you do know. I was gonna say nobody knows how I feel, but like when you look at a word and then that's the word that comes out of your mouth. Fizz. Hi, Fizz. It's like, wait, we had this conversation last night. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I remember that. Like, there were several tier 2s gifted out, and I was like, what? So right now we're deciding. We switched to working in the black notebook because because that shows a little bit better, well, at some angles, how like purpley this is. You know what we also could do? Do I have, let me put a little bit of top coat over these tests, just to get an idea of how they'll look once the like I'm particularly looking at how like the electrostatic looks against the black and how the purple looks against the indigo. And where am I here? On camera you cannot see oh wait, there you can. It's very subtle, but it is visible. Okay. I kind of like it. I like a little bit of the subtlety. I could probably add in, possibly like do 4 drops instead of 3 per nail if 2 of the drops are subtle, or at least 1 of the drops is subtle. This is a phenomenal community. My community is full of cool people only. Okay. Let's imagine that this is in like little nail shaped sections, even though it's just one long swatch. Oh, do you want to see it under the flashlight? I don't know how it'll read. Like, it's just reading in general poorly with the white notebook background because it's so dark. Flashlight might. It's still being really difficult. I mean, it looks really good to me in person. Okay. Yeah, glow-in-the-dark polish is not as phenomenal as it seems like it ought to be. Okay, so... hold on. Acetone. Let's try a couple combinations. We'll just like layer them in groups of 3, because like I said, I don't think I want to do more than 3 or possibly 4 colors. Am I on camera? Yes. So we could have one set that's like purple, green, and orange for like Halloween colors. And then the orange. Squeaky. I've been streaming on Twitch for about 3.5 years. Yeah? May 2018. The math adds up. Almost. I guess 3.5 will be next month. I mean, like, that's kind of cool. Do I love it? Love it? I mean, not exactly, but, like, I like it. What if we did one that was, like, green and black? Yeah, when I started on Twitch, I started out just with nail art, and then I moved on to games fairly quickly, like after the first month, because of an old deal that was made that if I ever streamed, which, I mean, haha, imagine, that I would stream Hollow Knight, which, haha, imagine, and now, like, it's a thing. It's a thing that happens. Oh, so we can't have the chocolate. It's for your own good, Barney. And then where's the black? Okay, I wish there were more nail artists on Twitch. I mean, there are some, but I'm constantly surprised that there's not, like, more. Or maybe I just haven't found them yet, although, like, I check the nail art tag frequently. Now that I'm looking at this, I could also look at it like orange, black, green. I really like that too, and I like the black with the two greens. Or silver. The silver's really bright, really pops. Ooh, the silver and the two greens. Or like the, okay, I mean, like, okay, if we were to go strictly like color palette that I would of course always reach for, silver, black, and purple. Yeah, oh. You mean like the two greens and the black and the silver? I mean, the thing is, okay, nail width. So like 3 drops is pushing it. 4, I would have to get creative or maybe do a little bit of layering. I think 3 drops I probably should stick with. Yeah, like, what the hardest is it the hardest? Top 3 hardest nail art lessons to learn? Stop. Stop. Just stop. Less is more. Different colors on different nails. Yeah, no, I may do different order of the drips or different lengths of the drips, but I don't think I want to do different colors on different nails. Oh, that's already closed. Also, welcome on in, Moonsprout. Purple, green, and black would also look cool. Or the orange, black, and silver. Or I want, like, I feel kind of like the purple doesn't go with the yellowier of the greens. I kind of want to do purple and 2 greens. Maybe I just need to put them next to each other and take a look. Let me try that. Oh, we were literally just talking about that. We even did like a little poll. I was like, how did everybody find me? Because sometimes I feel like, I mean, it's just so easy to feel like that on YouTube lately. Like I'm just like shouting into the void. So I really appreciate hearing that. Wait, see how much what are Tiger Mama? If I were gonna do this, how would I do this? Would I wanna, oh, maybe let's, yeah. Sorry, half thinking out loud. Oops. So I want to test the purple and the greens like right next to each other. So let's do that one. Oh. Hey. Oh, Polar Bear, thank you for the host. Get this lightest one on the side here. I guess it's okay. It's not my favorite. I think it's because I don't know why. Oh, polish remover additive so it's less drying. Yeah, I usually just make sure moisturize well afterwards. You guys have heard me sing the praises of sugar scrub previously, which you'll get to see. Like, I really just need to decide what colors we're doing and I'm ready to start the manicure. Which means that I will take a bathroom break beforehand. That's well, you know, could that be number one because it's also so obvious? I was gonna say that's the number one lesson is to take a potty break before you start your nails. But should that be a lesson at all? Hey, I hope I can help out with some inspiration. I'm moderately pleased with my drips. I feel like I definitely can do better once I get like to working on my nails, hopefully. I'm very indecisive on which 3 colors I want to use. I do think the indigo for the base though. I mean, if I do the indigo for the base, is that different enough that I should just go off and continue along the different colored drip pattern? I mean, the greens I was really thinking when I was thinking about the black base. Which, oops, not that one. That one is still hard to see against the white background, but like, I would feel more inclined to use both of the greens if I was still using a black background, but I kind of want to include the purple since I'm using the indigo background, and I don't like the way the indigo goes with the lighter green. Or the purple. God. So this is I was gonna say, wait, no, did you mean this? 1, 2, Lorca. I have 1 in my hand. It's stream delay. Okay. Violacious Vase. Finger paints? Yee. I need to wear this. We tested it a couple different ways and like with a couple different like layering things. It's really pretty. It's really pretty. This is just it straight up. Well, with it's not. Is this just one coat? This might just be one coat. So this is kind of like an over black look. So it's not quite as fuchsia as it is in the bottle because the base is like a little bit like sheer. I mean, there's a lot, like, obviously there's a lot of glitter in there. It's kind of, I guess it's kind of hard to, like, show the base, but, yeah. Violacious. Oh, I don't have autofocus on. Violacious. I don't know if that's a word or not. Camera. I have so many feelings over this. Why am I so indecisive? There are no bad options. So the combinations I'm thinking of are, we're gonna make a little list. Green, light green, black, green, purple, orange. Oh, also green, light green, silver. Purple, black, silver. I mean, like I said, that would be completely away from like the Halloweeniest of slimes. Or orange, black, green. Or orange, black, silver. I don't have any sets of 4 that I want to use together, though. I mean, like, what for? I guess maybe, like, both the greens and the black and the silver. Or maybe the purple and the black and the silver and the orange. Or maybe the purple. Oh God. If I start thinking about combinations of 4, see, now you guys have done it. Now I do have combinations of 4, but there's not just one. Purple, black, silver, and orange. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I really, really like the green, the way it pops over the indigo away. I mean, I do know that. But is my, I don't want to say insistence, but inclination to leave it in the final color choice because green was the original idea or because green actually looks good? If you don't understand the phrase overwhelmed by choice, like this is like, this, it's not like, oh my God, like this doesn't matter. Colette, it's just nail polish. Like pick a color. Like I know, but like also like I want to pick the right answer except there's no wrong answers. So when there's no wrong answers, is there a right answer? Overthinking 101 with Colette MSLP. Like I'm so serious right now. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'm going to scrub my cuticles with sugar scrub and I'm gonna come back and you guys are gonna be like, oh my God, your cuticles are gorgeous. I don't know, maybe not. And yeah, if you need to stretch, now's a good time. You should stretch. Stretching is good for you. It's a good idea. It's a great plan. No, it's not time for a poll. I usually only poll you guys if I've got it like narrowed down. You understand that feeling, Tate? Like, it's the worst feeling because you start to feel dumb. You're like, just pick one, and your brain's like, no. All the color, yeah, like no, all of them together is too many. I definitely don't want to try to alternate all of them. Do you guys understand how long we would be here if I was trying to figure out aesthetically pleasing 3 drip combos with 6 different colors? Oh no, Tiger Mama. You may try what you could do. You don't have to click on a person's name to add them. You can add and do the first couple letters, and you can autocomplete with tab. Ta-da! So like sometimes I'll admit, deep dark secrets. No, but like sometimes it's like embarrassing because I'm like, Colette, you are worrying about the dumbest shit live on stream. Please stop. But then I'm like, but we have to decide. What if we pick wrong? I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like, dude, it's not a big deal, but like it kind of is though, like in my brain. My brain thinks it's a big deal, but it's not a big deal. You wanna know what is a big deal? The level of cute floof that we have available to us right here. I kind of want to just like, but he's snoozing so hard. I think he might actually stay there. Yeah, so there's a bunch of neat tricks with tab, and I think that's native Twitch and not FFZ. But if you don't have FFZ or BTTV, you should get one of them because they make your life lots better. Oh goodness, I don't know if I'm gonna mangle your name here. Bale Sirithiel? Okay, that was I think the first attempt was better than the second. Perhaps I can just call you Bale. I'm glad sometimes I'm like, just say it, Colette, just say it. You're not the only one thinking it. I'm really glad that you guys relate to the stuff that I'm like, that's not relatable, but guess what? It is. It is relatable. And it's one of the reasons like streaming is so fun. Like, I don't know. You think that you're weird, and like maybe you are a little bit weird, but guess what? That's okay, and there's also other weird people out there. So, you're okay with Bale? Okay, good. Let me stick a BRB up right here and go run to the restroom. I appreciate you guys' patience. I'll just be a couple minutes, and then we'll figure it out. We might start painting before we have it figured out. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Amethyst. What? New Color Club holos? Ooh. I'm thinking, you guys, this is possibly my only actual Halloween manicure this year. I think it needs to have orange in it. I know orange isn't the only Halloween color, but like I feel like I should have orange in it. Mr. Bane, might I interrupt you for a treat? Look at those bean toes. We can see your bean toes, sir. Would you like a treat? So that's part of my decision made. You know, I didn't really consider orange with the two greens, and I don't think I'm going to. Can we get a little bit of tummy? Yeah, tummy. Oh, it's good boy. It's good tummy. Some pets for nines and some pets for Tahiti. You're such a good boy, Mr. Bane. Oh, you are so nice. Nice boy. Yes, he's very handsome. You can settle down now. So, okay, so do I just go orange, purple, green? Do I want to toss the black in there? Yeah, I thought I had decided about the orange. Now I'm hesitating. Hey, Aaron. He's a very good boy. Yes, Beanie and indecision. Okay, let's visualize. I'm visualizing purple. I'm visualizing straight up purple. Maybe I should just embrace that. Purple, black, and silver. The question is, do I follow my heart or do I try to move out of my comfort zone? Following my heart would be purple, black, and silver. Going out of my comfort zone would be green, purple, orange, and possibly black. Don't want it to lean Mardi Gras. Yeah, I don't think it will without... I mean, the orange is not a goldy orange. Although now that you say that, I do like it. Yeah. Yeah. Move out of my comfort zone, but I don't... I mean, a part of me is also like... do orange, black, and silver, but go back to the black base. I didn't know I was going to have this much trouble picking the color of the drips. Green, purple, black. Purple, orange, and green is more classic Halloween. Yeah. Okay, green, purple, orange, with or without the black? Green, purple, orange on black background? But I thought we had decided we liked the indigo background. Maybe I should top coat this. Or do you mean the black hollow background? I veto the black hollow background. Or do you mean just a plain background? Green, purple, light green? It's so dark even on the black background. Will you focus, camera, if I turn your autofocus back on? No. It's manually focused on. I'm so bad at trying to manually focus. It is easier to see you know what? Another good question is, how is my tutorial camera going to read these? Tutorial camera. Or, okay, well, we're on the subject of, well, what about this or that? Purple, orange, both greens? This is impossible. This is impossible. I mean, I don't think it reads Christmas in this situation, son, especially since we don't have any red. Oh, can you, okay, like, sidetrack. Red hollow blood drips. I mean, if we weren't already off on a deep enough tangent. It's not just me, it's just all of us, yeah. I don't... You know, they do look good over the black background, too. I probably would not do the black hollow if we did over the black background. Oh, this is so hard to see. Sorry for the contrast with the white, you guys. I should have done all of the testing in the black notebook. I really should have. Green, purple, orange, black? Or did you mean on this one? Light green, green, purple, orange. Between stream delay and not looking immediately at chat. Orange and green only? Oh, definitely not. No, 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 no. Wait, biased positively or negatively, Flamingo? So those ones. Now I'm curious. So probably if I do 3, I don't know. We haven't made it that far yet, Geek. If we do 4, we'll alternate. And I think I know how we'll alternate. I mean, I'll just count 4, but I'll do 3 drops per nail, so it'll naturally progress. Much negative to orange. Yeah, no, it's the purple's not that hard to see against either one. The one that's the hardest to see is the electrostatic over the black. I love the purple over the indigo. The purple over the indigo is my favorite thing. Like, that's why I could so easily go to, like, purple, black, silver. And just forget the rest of the Halloween-y colors. If we think about, like, slimy colors, like the purple and the 2 greens is probably the way to go. I guess orange could be slimy. Yeah, but I've already done red blood drip, son. No, I was supposed to decide while I was downstairs going to the background, but I didn't decide. Wait, UV reactive? For the drips? But then you'd have to go out in the UV, isn't in the outside. And it's cold here now, and I don't want to go outside. Fuck. Oh. Orange and green for pumpkin? But do you want your pumpkin to be slimy? Pumpkin slime. Oh. Oh, like blacklight. Glow in the dark green. Outside? No. I was thinking like UV, like the kind that change color in the sun. Not like blacklight. I mean, okay, so there's no wrong answers. There's just too many correct answers. Photochromic pigments. What the heck does photochromic mean? Photochromic sounds like what those things that get sparkly under a flashlight should be called. Okay. Okay. The poll options are I make no promises. I'm just interested what you guys think of these choices. Also, if I can narrow them down to 5 choices, I can continue narrowing them down. Wait, okay, wait, what is the 5th option? I thought I had it straight in my head. Maybe, no, okay. Purple, orange, green. Purple, green, light green. Purple, black, silver. Orange, silver, black. Or, the hell is the last one I was gonna put? Maybe orange and both greens? Orange, black, green? Orange, black, purple. Orange, black, light green. It was another one with orange. Brain, please. Maybe I'll just stick with 4. You know what? Let's just do 4. Okay, 2-minute poll. Starting now, go. This is strictly for the drips. We're not even thinking about the base color right now. A UV laser pointer? I didn't know that was a thing. I had a laser pointer for Bean, but he got a little too obsessed with it, so I don't play with it with him anymore. Yeah, I have a blacklight light bulb, and that thing gets hot. Like, really hot. It's difficult to use. Oh, these are interesting results. These are interesting results, y'all. Should I do another flashlight time? Did I even do flashlight time on this one? I don't think I did. Whoa, after I did a top coat. You know what? I know what the fifth option should have been. The fifth option should have been either both the greens and the black, or both the greens and the silver, or both the greens and the black and the silver. That's several options. I realize that's 3 options that I'm saying should have gone in a 1 option slot, but actually I kind of really like that too. There's too many, like the way the silver and the bright green are kind of contrasting each other, and then like the darker green too. The black drip is electrostatic, and it's coming across better in person than it is on camera by like a lot. Purple, orange, green. By a landslide. Okay, so hold on. Purple, orange, green versus green, light green, silver. This is just a 1-minute poll. Basically completely inspired by that short flashlight time. Also, what is my hair doing? Can I just like tuck this hair in here and like... Oh yes, we must play now. Yeah, I thought it would be really fun to play with, but some cats just like they won't stop. Like they'll keep looking for it after you're no longer laser pointering. And Beanie was doing a little bit of that, so I didn't want him to get obsessive with it, so I stopped using it. Alright. Purple, orange, green still winning handily. So then the question becomes black background or indigo background. I like the indigo background a lot. I wonder if I can... The thing with the white notebook is just like, I don't know if it's the white balance or do I want to say like the contrast that makes it so hard to see the color specifics. Like I think you can tell that they're different, but they still just look very, very dark. How does my tutorial camera handle either of these either? Not that I should let that dictate my creativity, but it is a consideration. Okay, so we're not using electrostatic, we're not using full charge, we're not using circuit breaker. We're actually not using any of these dotting tools. Oh yeah, I saw you post that. That's got to be stressful. I need a lid for the tutorial, I think. I don't know if I want to have you guys vote on the base color because I don't feel like you guys can accurately see the base color if you're wondering if there's another poll coming. I'm considering it, but like I don't feel like you guys see what I see despite my attempts to finagle the camera. What is all over this lid? It's so weird. Maybe this is... I've probably used this before. Oh, that's pretty clean. Yeah, it's actually like it's not really in person. I don't know if it's a little bit easier to see against like the black notebook. Oh yeah. Yeah, I really do like the indigo too. Like the indigo makes it a little bit different. But yeah, if I'm not going to use electrostatic as a black holo, maybe I do want to go back to a black base. Black would tie it more for Halloween. You know what? What did I say earlier? This could be my only Halloween manicure. Lean into it. Okay. Way back chrome. Is that the multi-chrome from the anniversary collection? Wait, I see Amethyst saying hi to Nani, but I do not see Nani. I may be blind, or chat is also moving quickly. Doing a little bit of prep with acetone. Also, I could zoom in a little bit here. And you guys can see how happy the cuticles are after sugar scrub. That's slightly too close, isn't it? Oh, she hosted. I did not even, didn't notice. Bad strimmer. Thank you, Nani. Where's my dashboard? Here. Oh, yeah, I was distracted. That's a true story. Well, I heard that. That one's loud enough. Maybe my host sound just needs to be turned up. Nines, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm used to missing more things when I don't have my headphones on, but I heard the host earlier and I don't know. Can I just blame it on being distracted by my color choices? I'm so glad you're enjoying it here, Nines. Alright. Undersides also. Get rid of any last teeny lingering bits of the last manicure. Now, okay, we have one more kind of important. We were saying, like, do we being me, is every nail the same? And at first I said yes, but now, yes? Maybe not yes. Maybe different? Different how? You did your first water marble today. Congratulations. It can take a while. Oh, for my back. Oh no. Yeah, I will say, like, that's a lesson that I've learned so many times. So I'm like trying not to relearn that lesson again and again and again. Water marbles are a prime example of that, because although also, like, if you're not happy with the water marble, sometimes the topper will save it, but sometimes the topper just makes it really hard to see the actual, like the water marble patterns that are there. Yeah, whenever I do water marbling, I always do a lot of testing. Like a lot. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's not reassuring to say that they're still intimidating to me as well. But like the amount of testing you put in is very rewarding. Always test. Even if you think, like, I've used these colors before, it'll be fine. No, it won't. Test. Starting out with clean dry nails, we're going to begin with a base coat. Today I'm using Holo Taco Peely Base, and you can use whichever is your personal favorite. I almost ruined the take because I started thinking of the other day when I did the fake YouTube voice, and I almost like busted out laughing again because that was funny. And I did remember to mute my computer. You guys can still hear the music, but I can't hear anything anymore. Now, one other thing, when we were initially talking about the drip, I wasn't sure if I wanted it coming from the cuticle or from the tip. When we were thinking of just doing it green, but something about changing it to being multicolored, I had already decided that I was pretty firmly with the drip coming from the cuticle now. Also, when we were looking at the blood drip tips the other day, I saw that those were tips, so going from the cuticle will make this slightly different than the other drip tutorial that I've done previously. Part of me, okay, I don't know if this is a good idea or bad idea. Part of me wants to do 4 drips on each nail, and then that will automatically stagger the colors. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Why does it look like there's something on here? What the hell did I get on there? I literally just cleaned you.
That's too much. That's too much.
Luke and Lorca. Okay, look. Okay. Also, I don't know why that's showing that. Also, but okay, look. Okay, Luke, hi. Luke, happy birthday. Number one. Number two. Excuse me? Hi. Yeah, okay, so the correct one did go off for Luke. I don't know why, you guys, I appreciate any and all gift subs. I don't know why the single non-anonymous gift subs are not showing a number. Izzy, thank you for the midwife bits. Scam train, apparently. Nobody said those words, Daggett. That didn't happen. Nani, all the chaos must be at. Okay, I gotta unmute.
Okay.
So that I can see.
Too much. That's too much.
Daggett. I suppose those are because it's Luke's birthday or some kind of shit. You guys, congratulations to Bale, Eats a Berry, Nim, JK. Okay, nine with the 5. Spacey, N2O, Fatty, Spoctopus, Penguin, Panda, Thistle, Water Balloons, My Patronus, Nemu, BT, Fear, Quacksilver, Quadrupine, Sports Screw, Sir Poops a lot. And Boopster, and then also pop off pronouns.
Now I step away from the keyboard because chaos is complete.
Now you just Nani, thank you. Tahiti, Chloe and Meganish and Rel. I saw it like just not quite with enough time to properly brace myself for it. Luke, I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful birthday. I hope they're good birthday reasons and not like obligatory birthday reasons. And I hope you have a wonderful night, and I hope you've had a wonderful day, and it's always lovely to see you. Thank you so much for the subs. I know, Fleeked Up Geek. I like usernames bring me joy, mostly. I mean, every now and then it's like, okay, wait a minute, what? Or you get something that's like offensive. I'm trying to line up you guys with the tutorial camera. Oh. I don't, it's like, it's the sweetest, weirdest thing. Like when people have a birthday and they come and they give me a present. What? Some beanie pets for Aaron. Oh, it's floof. Gotta be careful not to get fur on myself, on my manicure. He's very knocked out. He loves my blanket. Maybe I should. Oh, I'm also still like just recording, just like randomly recording. Yeah, I touched you. Maybe when I put his blanket back, I should just make it like a floofy cloud like that. Usually I would have it like neatly folded for him, but he does seem to dig the floofy cloudness. Would you prefer a floofy cloud, Mr. Floof? Raspberry Pi and similar clusters. I don't know what that means, Daggett. Was a waste of a Catterday. If you enjoyed it, that's not a waste. You gotta have like, I mean, maybe even to yourself it sounds like a weird thing to do in your downtime or to enjoy, but like if you enjoyed learning about it, that's not a waste, Daggett. Also, this level 5 is at 211%. Oh, you didn't enjoy it. What the fuck you do that for then, man? I don't know what to tell you about that then, Daggett. Did you feel obligated? Were you considering getting a resp? Like, why that you, wait, you said you don't know why. Your brain probably has a reason, but take it from somebody else that has a brain, the reason was probably dumb. Because that's how brains work. Brain be like, this is what's going down. Why? Nah, don't worry about that. Nothing is broken, and he's just sitting like, what I am a good boy. Something hidden. That's what that means. Alright, let's go over our colors. Let's get our base coat on. Let's get to the painting. We'll see how it goes. For my base color today, I'm going to be using Holo Taco One Coat Black. And then for the drips, I'm going to be using Purple Slushie, Orange Drink, and Green Taffy. Uh-oh. Do we have the husband in need of hearing aid syndrome amethyst? No. One Coat Black, of course, is a miracle of modern nail polish science. Excuse me. So as long as I am mindful, we won't have to do multiple coats here. And if you are like, what is this sorcery? And you've never seen One Coat Black before? This is really, literally one of the best blacks ever. Opacity and consistency. Like China Glaze's liquid leather. Are they liquid leather or liquid latex? Liquid vinyl, I mean. Liquid vinyl and liquid leather. Liquid latex, that's something else altogether. Anyway, China Glaze's black. Like one time I had a bottle, it was like kind of like this. And then one time I had a bottle that was like translucent, sheer, same color. Lack of consistency. And then you don't even notice too, or know, I should say, which is the intended. Like, what's the intended consistency? One Coat Black is also good for stamping if you don't have a stamping black. I've had very good luck with it. It's not as dark when stamping as like a true stamping black, but it's pretty good. Oh, Aliens. Wait, is that the first one or the second one? Alien and Aliens. Aliens is the second one. Question mark? Second one. Those were spooky. I remember being quite freaked out by the second one. I don't remember how old I was. I'm especially trying to be mindful of the consistency at the tips. I'm not gonna be doing a second coat, but at the cuticle it's not gonna matter as much because that's where the drips are gonna be originating. I've never seen a Predator movie. I mean, I'm aware of Alien versus Predator, but I've never actually seen a Predator movie. Of course, I mean, list of movies that I haven't seen is laughably long. Literally. Ooh. Hey, Battery. Hey, Wim. Alright, we'll let this dry a little bit. So... I'm just looking at these drips. Four to a nail would either involve some overlapping or for the drips to be noticeably smaller than what we have on the page here, right? I mean, we have nail width and we have like... I think I better stick with 3 drips per nail. Do we alternate the order of the drips? Like, is one green, purple, orange, and then the next one is purple, orange, green, and then the next one is orange, green, purple. Yes? Do we like green, purple, orange? Or should it be green, orange, purple? It's not really gonna matter. Battery, we've been overwhelmed by choice for most of the stream, but we've come down to the colors that we're going to use. Like green, purple, orange, or green, orange, purple. Does it really matter? It doesn't matter. Guess what? Even if it matters, it doesn't matter. Because I can't decide if it matters, so it doesn't matter. That makes sense, right? Battery, please get water. And possibly the morning smoothie. For all your caffeine and calorie needs. I figured you must have been sleeping because I didn't see you in Foxen's earlier. And a good Echo Shop to you as well. Okay. Yeah, no, hurry on you making the smoothies, because I'm assuming you probably also recently just got up, although perhaps that's an incorrect assumption. I just didn't want Battery sitting there like, man, sure could use some waking up things, and things are available, and he's just not having the things. Tea is the best thing to have after waking up. Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to be like, hey, Fox, and I want to join too. Except every time they seem to have had some people that don't really know what they're doing, and I don't know if I have that much patience. Sometimes I do. Like, if somebody was like, Colette, will you teach me how to multi-world? I'd be like, fuck yeah. But if I was like, just wanting to hop into multi-world, I don't know if I'd want to be a teacher. Or be waiting on someone to teach themselves to get my things. And perhaps that's elitist and spoiled of me. I guess I would have to be in the right mood to be like, you know, teachering. But I remember like last week, like Foxen was struggling so hard for a check, and one person was like, oh, I should probably go back in Logic and stop failing this skip that I've been trying to do for half an hour, huh? And he was like, yeah, that would be good. And I was like, oh, poor Foxen. Item sync, you mean Meatbag, or do you mean multiplayer? Item sync is pretty good, although I don't know if it really teaches you anything, because it ends up that whatever check you don't know or don't like, then your partner just ends up doing. I'm gonna save the cleanup until after we do the drips, I think. No, it's definitely not. I would need to know ahead of time. Let's put it that way. Yeah, or one, I forget, it was like, what was the question? And I was just like, you shouldn't have randoed that if you don't know the answer to that question. I don't remember what it was though. If I were just getting into rando now, it's hard to think with that mindset. But there's a lot of people that jump right in without actually having, like, without even knowing where the checks are or anything. I don't know about that battery. You pretty much knew, Daggett. I mean... Dude, Daggett, jump back in rando. Daggett, I'll teach you. Oh, I get, maybe that's another thing too. Teaching strangers? Teaching Daggett? Dude, come on, Daggett, we can do it anytime. Not right now, but mostly anytime. Yeah, true, Wim. In a multi, that it can be tough. Okay, so I kind of want, so the way we're doing this, each drip will have like a little wider top part at the top where they're dripping from. So I think aesthetically it would be best to do the middle drip last. Yeah. So that its drip covers the top of the other two drips. Do I want the middle drip to always be longest, or do I want to alternate that? Yeah, working through the whole Metroid construction is like a huge project, Daggett. Plus, like, Rando has like got a lot of updates and improvements since you played Daggett. You and me, I know. Pogos, but not enemy pogos. I mean, that's fine. I mean, in easy logic, there's like less than a handful of enemy pogos required, although the number is not 0. 10%, that's crazy. Because you've been working on that for months already, Daggett. Yeah, rando, I mean, apparently they mean like a rando sexual conquest or something in the language filter. Okay. I do not want the center drip to be longest all the time. Okay. That means we're going to try to be random without thinking about it too much, and in reality we're going to overthink it and it probably won't end up looking very random. 430 and you've done around 45 to 50. Holy crap. Okay. Let's do things. I have a small plastic lid that I'll be using to put my polish out on, and I'm going to be doing 3 drips per nail, alternating the color order slightly between each nail. Oh man, I didn't think about the fact that I'd be going at this angle. Okay. Purple will be this side. Whoa. I think my watch caught my paper towel there. I wonder if I'm going too fast here. I wonder if this is going to be messy because the purple and the green are still wet. When I try to do the orange over the top here. Gonna need some cleanup, like a lot of cleanup. Well, it's okay though. Yeah, we'll clean that up more with a cleanup brush. Okay, so that time we did green, orange, purple. Now we'll do orange, purple, green. I feel like a lot of the top gets covered up, but I feel like if I don't draw it out, then the parts that are shown will be like weird. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, I'm concentrating, y'all. Much concentrate. Ugh. Okay, this is going okay. I was nervous. I'm less nervous now. I'm still a little bit nervous. Because, like, we're only partway done. Obviously. Also, I know this is super hard for you guys to see, but I've got a lot of stuff that I'm wiping. I gotta be able to... We've discussed before my desire for a good and reasonably priced black paper towel source. Because sometimes a black background really does make things easier to see. Just like fucking, I don't know, because of the way cameras work, I guess. Or get better to where I'm not so messy, I suppose. But for right now, I still need paper towel insurance. Oh, I don't like that orange drip. I suppose I can maybe touch it up with black if I super need to. Oh, that's it's a thick one. It's okay, self. Don't panic. No, it's fine. It's just a little thick. Least favorite drips so far, but they're also not that bad. I'll catch up with chat once I'm done with this hand. That's a really thick one. Too thick. Oh, that's too thick. I had so much polish on the brush there. Fuck. I mean, it's still okay. That's like way thicker than I wanted it to be, though. That's kind of thick too. When I was sketching in the notebook, I didn't consider the direction my hand would be facing. You know what I mean? Like, the way I was painting it would be much easier to paint it, like, to the tips. Like, that's a more comfortable, stroke. It's kind of awkward and weird. But it's okay. Now, how I'm gonna do on my other hand, we'll see. I probably could have fit 4 on the thumb, but we'll stick with 3 for consistency. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's sticky. That's crooked as fuck. It's okay though. Okay. A cotton round for cleaning the brush off. Yeah, I don't... I mean, I have my silicone mat underneath here, obviously. But... cheap black fabric remnant at Walmart. That could be cool. No, cotton. How do you guys keep cotton from getting everywhere? I hate using cotton. I only use cotton when I have to. And keep it, like, from moving around, and keep it from, like... Do I want to touch any of these up? I have very mixed feelings about this, y'all. Very mixed feelings. What is it that I feel weird about? Well, there's a couple spots that I definitely could touch up, for one thing. Will trying to go in and do touch-ups make things better or worse is the question. And do I want to touch up with color or do I want to touch up with black? I think in most cases I want to touch up with color. I'm glad you guys like them. Yeah, drips don't always drip straight. Autofocus is off. I don't know. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. That's as far as I can go. We'll do some touch-ups. Once you're done with the drips, you can go back in and do some touch-ups if you want, using either the colors or the black. Probably just do a little bit of touching up with each color. Like, carefully if I can. I mean, obviously I'm trying to be careful, but like... I don't know how I'm going to manage these on my offhand. TBH. This one's very, very wonky. I think do you guys feel like the orange is golder, or is it just the purple and the green that you have a strong Mardi Gras association with? I have like a long... That needs black. How did I miss that much when I was doing the base color? Alright, let me clean up the orange, and then I'm going to go in just a little bit with the black. There's a couple places too where the opacity is like slightly questionable. So, addressing that as I go along. I don't like that drip. It's very stubby. Okay, which one? This one. Look at all that naked nail there. Okay, now is there anywhere else where the black needs to like clean up? I don't want to get like too into that. Like correcting stuff with the black. There's just a couple spots that bother me. I don't even know if this is obvious. You guys are probably like, Colette, what are you even doing? I don't notice anything different. Tiny small tweaks. Hot or miss? Tiger Mama. Tools. I'm going to, I think I'm going to do cleanup before I do the other hand, just to give it a slight bit more time to set, so I probably don't, hopefully don't, well, of course, no, I'm going to need to change the acetone for that, aren't I? Let's finish the painting. Shit. I hope it didn't go into the nail bed, at least, hopefully, question mark. Okay, so working left-handed is hard. I don't know how this is, maybe like this? Do I want these? I guess I want them symmetrical, as far as like color placement at least. Kinda, oh, this is hard. This is probably hard for you guys to see too. Would it be better if I zoomed out some? Or would that just make it harder to see? Oh, I hate freehanding. I use my Holo tacos too much to keep them in the box. I would just be taking them out like all the time. Not much of a drip at the end there. Come on here. Oh, that's quite still wet. Also must have glommed it on thicker than I thought. God, there's still like not a drip at the base of this. Like here. Like that. I should just leave it if it's getting like gloppy and do it with the touch-up. No, I'm not very good at getting consistent sized drops. Plus, I don't want it to just look like a ball on a string. What if I go like this? Oh, that's horrible. I hate that. I guess it's not that bad. It's kind of bad, but it's not horrible. That one might need some touching up with black when I come back for the touch-ups. That's really crooked too. I can't paint a straight line with my non-dominant hand. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna need to touch that one up a lot with black. Not good. Very sloppy. I hate decals. I probably should get over it because it would make a lot of things easier, but I hate decals. I hate waiting for them to... Oh, excuse me. To dry. I hate applying them. I hate sizing them. Okay, this one's better. Moderately better. The next time I do decals will probably be whenever I bite the bullet and do fluid art. Because I've never seen a satisfactory way to do those without decals. Ah, that's a good drip. Don't know if you guys can hear Clark. You might be able to. He's borking. What is out there? Probably some other dog trying to walk down his block. Hey, E squared. Yeah, fluid art is pretty intimidating to me. But, I mean, hey, intimidating new technique along with intimidating old technique, what could possibly go wrong? Musicals had some really cute ones too. Fluid art manicures, that is. So this is getting a little bit easier as I go along. I think both hands would have been easier if I'd chosen to do it on my tips. But that wasn't really... I don't know, for whatever reason, once I decided we were going multicolored, I decided that they were at the cuticle. Going somewhere? Nope. Just getting even more cozier. Nice to know that you appreciate the blanket that I'm sharing with you, Mr. Bane. Oh. E squared, congratulations on getting that set up. Oh, now I left. Okay. So, once upon a time, I would have believed my overly optimistic 4 o'clock nail strim ETA, and I would have probably planned to have 2 streams today, but I'm smart enough not to do that anymore. Also, I didn't have anything that I'm like planning to play exactly, just like the usual stuff on my list. I do want to do I don't know, like I kind of want, there's a couple other like, I kind of would like to do another room rando, but I'm curious to see if there might be an update to the mapper relatively soon, because that would make things a lot easier. If even like a tiny handful of the suggestions I made were implemented. And we still have just a handful of P5 redemptions. And P5 redemptions seem like a good idea for when I don't know how long I'm going to stream. So I don't know when those will actually get done. That's not very droplet-y. Sorry, I know I'm probably off camera right now. Just trying to... That's better. That's better. When I'm all done too, I'll give you guys like a black background look. Oofed up. Oh. I would love it if you would post in the live section when you go live, E squared. Oh, Izzy already on top of it. Thank you, Izzy. Did we decide gradients were going to be next, Battery? Get you some sponges, do a gradient. Do fluid nails and beat me to it. Oh, we also... I almost forgot. We have a sub goal that needs completing, involving one Sir MIT Battery and myself and a blindfold. And nail polish. Don't forget that part. Wouldn't want you guys to get the wrong idea. Can confirm I found my blindfold. For anybody who doesn't know, we had a sub goal during September that was met. For me to do my nails blindfolded with Battery as my eyeballs, as kind of a nod to the fact that I guided him through Hollow Knight blindfolded. And we did surprisingly well at that, so obviously, I mean, what could go wrong? There. When should we do that? I find myself thinking in terms of before or after Halloween, because Halloween is so close, and the end of the month and those types of things. Oh my goodness, I don't know if the mic picked up my stomach growling, but if it did, I apologize. I did start stream before dinner. Oh. Too early for me. I mean, these things are true. But if it's not... Or, I mean, lots of people in the community on regular schedules too. Or on DGen schedules in other parts of the world. Don't forget about those people. That's actually like a considerable amount of my community as well, I think. This purple drip doesn't feel very centered. I don't know what to do about that. That was not the answer. Is the answer add more polish and hope? Maybe. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm glad I'm almost done with this. I could nitpick it for so much longer. But it's never gonna be... I almost said, it's never gonna be good. Like it's okay. It's just not, I don't know. I don't know if I would have liked any of the other color combinations good either. Would have liked any of the other combinations good. Yeah. Words good. Like it's always kind of weird when like I don't like something and I can't quite put my finger on why. Like, is it the alternating colors? Should I have stuck with just doing the colors all in the same order? Maybe. I don't think that's it. Oh, don't like that. Clean that up with black in a minute. It'll be fine. I think it comes down to I want to be better at freehanding than I am. I mean, obviously, like, the right hand is a separate struggle, but I don't feel like it looks noticeably messier than the left hand. It's more of a struggle to do it. But other than a couple of the wonky lines, I don't feel like it looks a lot messier. I just saw that quote, son. Yeah, Izzy, I think that stands for a lot of people too. I know, son, that combo. I know Musical has said that she would be way more of a night owl if not for work things. I wonder if I can, Okay. Some of these I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm being very picky. Possibly unnecessarily picky. Possibly necessarily picky. It's one of those moments where I'm really not sure if I'm being unreasonable or not. To myself. There's way too much purple on this nail. Wonder if I can cut it with some of the orange. Whoops. A little bit, like that doesn't look too bad. If I try to do too much, though, it's going to end up looking clunky the other way. Probably I should just stop while I'm ahead. What did we say earlier? Just stop. Just stop what you're doing. Alright, now for the cleanup. Maybe I'll like it better after the cleanup. Maybe after the cuticles are beautiful and smooth, it'll have a better vibe. Maybe. Alright, let's clean out my little acetone dish. Got very dirty. And definitely want clean acetone for the cleanup. Yeah, that's true, Izzy. And this, like, there's a lot of cleanup to be done there. It's a job for my big old cleanup brush. All right. Once I'm done with any touch-ups, I'm going to go in and clean up around the cuticles with my usual small brush dipped in acetone. Apparently. Wow, I wonder why I had green on myself there. Did I nudge into something? The world may never know. Now this is somewhat easier since I got most of the, or at least some of the glommiest part while it was still wet with the orange stick. Yeah, it'd be interesting if I did get like a cloth or something. Like, how often did I have to switch it out? I'm so used to just doing stuff like this as I'm working. Dabbing off right on the paper towel. Hi, Mr. Bain. Welcome back, sir. Welcome back, Mr. Beanie. Hey, Lorca. Thank you. With the gifts up to Melrose. Yeah, so I see Sun's response. I don't see the question it's in response to. I don't dislike the Holo Taco cleanup brush, but it's really small. I can show you guys in a minute. I've still got it here on my desk. It might actually be useful in cases where, like, you have trouble getting, like, really down in the edges. But I'm very used to my cleanup brush. I settled on this this style and size like pretty early on in my blogging. So I'm very used to this way. There we go. Yeah, cleanup definitely helps. Yeah, so I mean, I have pretty big hands also. Like, the size of your hands is obviously definitely going to partly determine what you like for cleanup. And I decided I've tried rounded brushes before. I've tried angled brushes before. I like a flat brush. The Holo Taco brush is small and rounded. Like, considerably smaller. It's nice. Like, I like the bristles. Nice firm bristles. It's not bad. It's just, it's small. Yeah, I did use it when we did Existential Crisis on Tuesday for the cleanup. And, like, if there's not a lot of cleanup, I feel like it's better. One thing it might be good for, in fact, I'll give it a little try right now, is, like, can you guys see, like, there's, like, a little bit of, like, glitteriness, like, down in the, like, deeper in the cuticle here? It's kind of like a precision cleanup brush. Yeah, actually, it works really well for that. Oh, I'm wiping where you can't see me. Those two little marks are from just, like, getting down in the cuticle here. like the bristles are pretty firm. So you can really, if you get color trapped, like down in there. Yeah, I would call this like a precision detail cleanup brush. And mine is more like the big honker. For getting into small spots or really getting down in your cuticle, it's good. But like, I mean, you can see the amount, obviously, of color that I dealt with as a cleanup. I mean, if I were to use it, let's just say like over here, it's not like it doesn't work or anything. It's you have to go a little bit slower compared to like with this, where, woo, I almost dropped it. I can literally like get in there and easily do like the whole side of my nail and not feel like the brush is drying out of polish remover or overloaded on polish, right? Because like when you get them, you don't want the brush sopping, you want the brush damp, and then you like clean up the sides and the color, right? The brush picks up that color. You can see it there because the brush bristles on this are pale. Then you wipe it off on the paper towel or whatever. But you need a certain level, a certain amount, like if you have a small brush, you can't pick up as much polish on that brush. Maybe that sounds like a very obvious sentence, but like as far as like cleaning up, like I couldn't pick up that much black from the sides on the small brush. So if you are a neater painter, or if you have smaller nails, well, let's try. We've got quite a mess on the side of this thumb here. Let's see, like more of a mess than any of the existential crisis stuff. See, it kind of spread it around. It kind of dried out a little bit quickly. Side of the thumb is kind of a little bit dirty, which is definitely not a normal thing with one coat black, because one coat black usually cleans up very well for such a pigmented polish. But I think it's like I said, that the brush just isn't capable of holding that much polish. Now on the other side of the nail here, if we take my regular cleanup brush and go in on the side here, you see we're not leaving a bunch of black behind because it's all in the brush. Well, we left a little bit behind, but yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Not a bad brush, but not I'm too messy for it, basically. Yeah, Christine's nails are kind of narrow. I don't know like how big her hands are, or like, I don't know like how tall Christine is. I mean, obviously like when you're taller, you have larger hands, although I don't know, is there like a direct correlation between height and hand size, or could you be like tall with tiny hands? I feel like I should know this. This is like a basic human thing. But it really depends too. Like Christine, one thing I don't want to say, like, I don't want to say I feel guilty about it, because I mean I could do it if I wanted to, and I do my own thing, but like when she's doing her nails or doing nail art, she does her cleanup one nail at a time. Like she'll paint a nail and then she'll do the cleanup, whereas I'm like, let's do everything and then do cleanup at the end. So of course, if you are cleaning up when the polish is less dry, if the polish is even just like wet, as you're going along, that's an easier cleanup as well. So that could have had definitely some impact on the development, because like Christine's making shit she wants to use, right? I mean, that she wants other people to use too, obviously, but like based on her usage, if I think about it like that, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I feel like there's probably more of a variation of what do I want to say? Nail size between hand size than hand size between height sizes. That's a very strange sentence. But hopefully you guys know what I mean. But cleanup brushes just in general come down to personal preference. I mean, we talked about that quite a bit when I was trying a round cleanup brush and when I tried an angled cleanup brush. And some of it is probably, I mean, like a little bit of change aversion. Like I said, I've been using this same, not this exact same brush, but the same style of brush for over 10 years. So I just have that comfort level with it. But I also think, I mean, I developed that comfort level because in the first place I determined that it was more comfortable to start, and it is more comfortable now because I've been using it longer. Six inches from the middle of the... Wait a minute, let me read that again. From palm to tip of the middle finger. Yeah, what did we measured this one time, didn't we? How big my hands are? Also, too, like, where do we consider the base of the palm? Are we talking about, like, wrist wrinkle? Or are we talking about just, like, palm base? In any case... Whoa. Yeah, I'm, like, over 7 inches. I'm 5'8". And I mean, I could scoot this down a little bit depending on where you want to make the actual bottom of my palm, like down to there. Then I'm like slightly over 7.25. Oh, from the wrist wrinkle? Dude, if we go all the way to the wrist wrinkle, try to make my hand as flat as possible. If we go all the way to the wrist wrinkle, my is 7.5 inches. What do you call that? Spread? I don't like it. There's a word for that. What is the word? Like for basketball players. Like your arm length is your wingspan. Your hand length is your hand span. Actually, that's a real word. That is the word. Smart. 1/3 of your arm length? I don't know. Yeah. Also, y'all know. So check this out. You see, my palms are together here. How do I get this at a good angle? Can you see that my right hand, my right finger is like 1/4 inch longer than my left? We're lined up down here. Oh, that's not a good angle. Anyway, try it at home. Line your hands up perfectly, and you'll see your dominant hand is larger. The nails on your dominant hand also grow faster. Span is tip of pinky to tip of thumb. Would that be the same length? Okay, now I want to see. Okay. Why is this like harder to hold the... I feel like you could really exaggerate though, because you could go like this or you could go like this. Do you know what I mean? I'm almost 9 inches that way. Anyway. Is my... Wait, you just found your left hand is bigger and your right dominant? Maybe you're not really. Maybe you're really a lefty whim. Wait, what? Really? Dude, I read somewhere, because that's how I learned, that your dominant hand is supposed to be larger. I don't know what to tell y'all. Maybe you're really left-handed. The nails growing faster on your dominant hand kind of makes sense to me because of blood flow. Like if you use the hand more, then you get more blood flow in that hand, and then the nails grow more. Amazing. I'm not even gonna Google this. You're just gonna accept that you're left-handed now, right, Mom? Yes, how does boob balance relate to handedness? There's a question for Google. I think I kind of like using the Holo Taco cleanup brush as like I said, like a detail cleanup brush to really get like in my cuticles. Oh, we're still zoomed out. Pro strimmer. Like, okay, here's a pretty good view. We're not on autofocus. Autofocus? Will autofocus focus? So, yeah, see down in there? We have polish, like down in the cuticle crevices. Get down in there. It's a very firm. It's very pointy. Oh god, there's my stomach again. Sometimes, if I would get polished down in my cuticles like this, I would use, see how much better that is? And there's still a little bit down in there. I would use an orange stick with cotton in it, because you could like wrap it around to the point of the orange stick to really get down, like down in the cuticle. But this is less work. Don't have to get out cotton. Camera. Please, camera. There we go. With the black background, you guys can see the colors a little bit more. And the purple. The glare. We still gotta do top coat. That angle, I think, is like, I mean, I know it's a goofy angle, but shows you like how the purple actually does show up. It definitely is, you know, like a darker vibe, but it's not hard to see. So, oh, we have, wait, oh. Okay. Big G warning. If anybody has a big G device that they do not want to have hear me. Paula, thank you. Hey Google, is the lopsidedness of your breasts related to which hand is your dominant hand?
My apologies, I don't understand.
Hey Google, is your hand dominance related to your breast size?
On the website journals.lww.com, they say, Fisher's exact analysis revealed no statistically significant association between hand dominance and breast size difference.
Nope. So whichever boob is larger is random, y'all. Everybody, nobody's boobs are even. If anybody didn't know. If you're like, what are you talking about, lopsided boobs? Aren't your boobs just boobs? No. I mean, yes, but... If you're lucky, they're not too lopsided. Otherwise, bras just suck. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Melrose. How cool it would be to have like a matte base and glossy drips. But it's just too much nitpickiness with top coat. I still would like to do... I think we talked about it when electrostatic first came out. Electrostatic French tips, where the electrostatic is glossy and matte. Just like do a glossy matte with that one color. I don't know if we decided what we would like better as tips, glossy tips or matte tips. Bras do suck, but you know what? And not bras suck. Where's my sesh feet? Here. Whoa. Almost nudged that. Could have been bad. No, I can't go without an... I mean, I can. Underwires are more comfortable for me. I would love, when I lose weight, to lose some of it in my boobs. Like, if I could go back to being a C cup, I would be perfectly fully happy. Yeah, like, they can't just be all, like, heavy, hot, you know, like... Never mind. We'll not get into my hatred of my own boobs, but, God, I, like, not... Like, wearing a bra is torture, and not wearing a bra is also torture. Boobs are torture. Yeah, humid boobs. Dude, you can't even get out of the shower and dry off, and then your boobs are sitting there, and there's condensation. Boob condensation. Smalls, like, it just, like... Yeah, boobs are just... They're just a hassle. They're just a hassle. Mm. I need new bras too, dude. Like, the shopping for bras. But the only thing worse than shopping for bras is, like, being faced with the reality that the bras you have, like, literally you have to get rid of them. Have you ever been wearing a bra and the underwire breaks, and then the broken part of the underwire, like, pokes right through the bra material into your flesh? I have. Oh. While teaching, no. I remember it was a family day, and I was like, "Mom, help me, help me." She, like, pulled it out, the broken half. And I'm walking around with a half underwire on one of my boobs for the rest of my day. Just big boob things. Yeah, I feel like I probably could do with, like, an actual bra sizing, but what I've learned is that every time I size up, it's still fucking not big enough. Like, technically the bra fits and it's decently comfortable and it does the, you know, things that bras are supposed to do, but, like, if it's supposed to, like, actually, like, fully, like, my boob, like, it doesn't. Gonna lurk for a while, Tahiti. Alright, enjoy your lurk. Yeah. Yeah, no, at least, I mean, Lane Bryant sales are like consistent. Like if you can just be patient, yeah. Yeah. Teacher, what's wrong with your boob? No, that would be so horrible. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Boobs are something that you deal with. Let's add some top coat. Got this dirty but yet somehow beautiful napkin. Mostly black, a little bit of green and purple. A lot of the color is not... Like right here, this is purple and it's just showing up... Well, you know cameras hate purple. Showing up a little bit better on the tutorial camera, but whatever. Okay, I'm gonna wait until the helicopter lands. That's really loud. Oh no, Panda. Yeah, that would be... Stop. Punch Buggy. Yeah. Boobs. Hate them. What is that weird box? Okay, it went away. On the tutorial camera, I'm at. Stop go time, y'all. Once I finish with cleanup, I'm going to finish... No, that's too many finishes. Blah. Once I'm done with cleanup, I'm going to finish with a top coat. And as usual, I'm using Sesh Feet. Might need 2 layers of top coat on this. Like, the drips are slightly raised. Since for the most part they were glommed on for opacity's sake. There is something extremely satisfying about top coating one coat black, and it goes from like, I mean, black and opaque obviously, but then like goes to like, just like the top coat brings the creaminess through, right? I mean, y'all see what I'm talking about. Okay, top coat. I love you. Top coat, you make everything better. It really does, though. I'm just looking at the difference between what the tutorial camera is picking up and what the hand cam is picking up. You can kind of see some of the dimples there. Might smooth out a little bit as Sesh Feet self-levels. Let's do the other hand. The way I feel about this manicure is that I don't dislike it, but it makes me feel almost like I want to immediately retry it in different colors. You guys ever feel that way? Like, I just touched my pinky. Like, it might be nice to just do, like, the indigo away with the lighter green. I could do that from the tips. I don't know. The teen section. Oop. I don't have a glistening glow grabber. I do have a grabber somewhere. Is it in here? Somewhere. Hocus Pocus. I've never seen that movie. I know it's like a Halloween classic. Okay. The drips on this pinky are the best skinny drips. I almost immediately ended up starting to get chunky drips. Which some of them are still like pretty good drips. But like I was trying my hardest to keep them skinny. Let me see if camera will cooperate if I turn off autofocus. I mean, you could tell, just like, I know the purple's hard to see, but like if you compare the oranges. But again, like some of the orange drip here, like that's a really nice, symmetrical, good drip. Yeah, I might need to do another coat. Some of them you can actually see. See those little small, the opposite of a divot is a nipple, right? I know we were just talking about boobs. It's not that kind of a nipple. It's a nail polish nipple. Need to watch it tonight. Wait, a glitter grabber? Do you mean like a grabber for picking up like rhinestones and glitters, or a grabber for like picking up cotton balls? Also, Crystal Claire, I'm glad you like it. I don't dislike it. I'm just like, I'm not in love with it. It's okay. It ticks off the Halloween requirements, and we are going to do another coat of top coat in a second, but check this out. Like, these are the colors that I wanted to use. But like, how do I say it? Like, it's just like, whoa, okay, wait. No, everything's fine. I lied. Never mind. Never mind. Actually, everything is fine. Camera. Okay, hold on. Camera, please focus. Never mind. Everything is fine. God. Oh, hold on. Oh. That's not what I thought at all. It's like, okay. Is it like somebody that has the glitter grabber? Is it like nail foil glue, or is it just like a repackaged sticky base coat? I'm glad you like it, Elise. We were just saying I was having mixed feelings, and then we like hit up the flashlight time, and I was like, oh, never mind. Actually, everything is fine. Everything is fine and lovely, and hopefully I'll be able to get some sun pics of this. Christopher B. Howard, thank you for the follow. Also, like several while ago, because I've had my sound muted, Farah Iraldia, thank you for the follow. That was like half an hour ago. I'm very sorry. Have I missed anything else if I scroll back my activity feed? No, I don't think so. If I did and I don't see it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I do see something when I scrolled back that I didn't notice the first time, and that's that. Oh, 9. You subscribed for 6 months. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you like it here. I didn't know. I did. Thank you. Shit. I mean, what is that a beanie hair? Something. Thanks, Will. I don't know. Does anybody know? Where I can find the Muffin Man. Okay, no, that's not the question. Can I set up a Streamlabs thing that like tells me in a different kind of a sound than the normal sound when that happens? Because I feel like that's happened a couple times, and I know, like, obviously, like, things are going on, and like you guys are super understanding when I miss things, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel bad when I miss things such as that. Oh, 9, thank you so much. I really like especially lately, like, I don't know, like I've been in like not necessarily the super greatest headspace, and sometimes I'm like, literally, what the fuck am I doing, and why does anybody like me? And so when you guys come and you're like, okay, don't be dumb, Colette, we do like you, like, it means a lot. It really does mean a lot. I'm definitely going to have to check that out, E-Squared. I have other streamer homework to do in Streamlabs, like why do single gifted subs show up as null? I don't know what I did to make it to start doing that. And also maybe add the Mendergasm alert. Maybe. We're going to do a second coat of top coat, because you can kind of see, like, by the way that the reflections are not even, like, we've got some lumps here. And although they're pretty smooth, like, it would bother me. Oh, for the 112% run. That was a fun stream. That was a super fun stream with Math guiding me through. Yeah, Hollow Knight and nail art are definitely the two mainstays of my channel. I think there will always be Hollow Knight and there will always be nail art here. And then other stuff sometimes. Sometimes I have a lot of fun doing other stuff, but it's hard to like get doing it, if that makes sense. Like Greek was super fun, but like making room in between Hollow Knight randos, it's a struggle. I should try to schedule more. I should like, I don't know. Sometimes though I do wake up with a firm plan of what sounds like a good idea to do. And I feel like that's probably more fun to watch than me being like, well, I said I was going to stream this on this day, so I guess we're streaming this on this day. I don't know. Maybe schedule with wiggle room, like a schedule with options. Like this day will be either this or this day will be either this or this. We'll see. I'll have to think about it some more. Sometimes, though, I just get so indecisive, and then it's like the only reason I haven't started stream is because I haven't decided what I'm streaming. Lorca, again with the gift sub to Smalls. Thank you, Lorca. You will watch me do anything. A co-op speedrun. Like with item sync? I don't know. I'm not good at speedruns. I don't know if anybody would want to be my partner. Also, if I feel like if I was gonna do co-op, I would be more interested in doing like an item sync rando than an item sync speedrun, but I guess I might be down for an item sync speedrun. If the day was right, as we were just discussing, of my general indecisiveness. Sometimes I really love having a schedule and it keeps me on track. And sometimes having a schedule is just like pressure. Did I have a... Oh, what did I do here? I smudged it. I don't know if I'm going to fix that. It's on the right hand and it's barely noticeable. I do think it's really cool that item sync works vanilla. Like, I think the idea of co-op speedruns is like a cool idea. Can you guys see? Well, not if the focus doesn't cooperate. Right there on the tip of that nail. Focus. Focus. It'll focus on my hand, but it doesn't want to focus on the nail. If I could backlight it, you guys might be able to see. Let me try. Whoop. Oh, hold on. Camera, stop it. Stop. Stop. There. See it right there? I mean, was that there the whole time and I just didn't notice until I top coated? It's like a little patchy spot in the black. Cameras are always rude. Webcams. I would love the next time I upgrade cameras. I wish I had known better the last time I upgraded my cameras. But the next time I upgrade cameras, I would love to get something, you know, like a real camera, not a webcam, with a clean output that I can also use for streams. Like if I could... I don't know if this was a good idea or not. Let's do like that. And then I'll wait a minute and then I'll top coat it. Like it would be kind of cool if I could use a camera as the webcam and then also record with it separately. I don't know if that's a thing that it would even let me do. Like if a camera was being used like as a video feed, would it also let you record at the same time? No, so we have the Beanie cam, we have the face cam, we have the hand cam, and then we also have the tutorial camera, which is capturing basically the same view as the hand cam, but it's the hand cam is a Logitech Brio, and my tutorial camera is a Canon PowerShot. What does it say? G7X Mark II. Which is, I mean, it's the Brio does pretty good, although the focus is very finicky. The Brio does pretty good color-wise. Contrast-wise, it struggles sometimes. Like right here is a good example. Like, wonder if I could. I don't know how I would. I suppose I could like take a picture with the camera and post that in Discord, and then you could see. But like the hand cam, the purple is very difficult to see here. The tutorial camera picks out the purple, even with the white background, more like it appears against a black background. Like more colorful. I'm not enough of a photographer to be like, and it does that because it has a larger image sensor or because of whatever. Like, I don't know why. I just know that like the tutorial camera, the camera is way beefier than the webcam and does a better job of colors and a better job of focusing and a better job of, I mean, all of that stuff. I'm glad you guys like them. I like them better now that they're top coated and cleaned up, and that we know what they look like under a flashlight, which if anybody missed the last flashlight time, let me just do a little that action. Oh, it's so good. Okay, I'm pleased enough with these. Hey, Punch Buggy, thank you. At least. Yeah. Holo. Ah. Alright, let me top coat this one more time before I forget about it. The one that I repaired that thin spot in the black. There. All better. No worries. Do you prefer Crystal or Claire? I take it as a compliment if people like to lurk here, because as a lurker myself, I know like not every channel is like comfy to lurk in, right? And I feel like the streamer and the chat are what make places comfy to lurk. Like a nice chat is nice even if I'm not actively chatting. And I don't know where I was going with that, but Crystal is okay. All right, I will try to remember that. I'm not great with remembering things because I've been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and I feel like it's affected my brain a little bit. But I do try to, like, making an effort counts, right? Well, I do try to, like, especially like for me, it's easier to remember stuff when I read stuff. So actually reading chat is easier to remember names than like meeting people in person or like talking to people. Like if you were to tell me like, yeah, my name is Crystal, I'd be like, okay, great. You know, where it's like I can almost like close my eyes and like visual see like when you said Crystal is okay. I'm a visual learner. Brains are hard. I'm trying. I might actually, like, I know it's not a long-term solution, but I might actually get like some, fuck. I just noticed. Okay, hold on. I just noticed we have like a similar, except it's not the same. Oh, you guys can't even see it. There's a streak of orange on that nail. Like the orange wasn't fully dry. Or like there was a no, it's not a streak of orange. It's a bald spot that I didn't notice. You guys can't even see it. That probably means I should ignore it, but I'm not going to. I'm going to try to fix it. In this stream, lamenting boobs and brains, yes. You thought you were just here for nail art. Well, all that and more. Alright, I think this worked pretty well the last time, so if I just, like, do that and wait for that to dry. Is there any... Is a spot on this one too? I should have examined these in close detail prior to the second top coat. Okay, I think that's all of them. So I'll put a little bit more top coat on these in a minute. Yeah, it was looking like a light reflection, but then I put my nails like up to light and I could see that it was in fact not a streak of orange, not a light reflection. It was a gap in the black that I apparently just didn't notice until things were glossy. Where was I? Oh, I know it's not a long-term solution, but I think I might get like some actual like put you to sleep drugs for like a little while, because like I need some sleep. I need a night or two, or maybe even three. Maybe that's like too luxurious, but like I need a few nights in a row where I actually sleep well. I mean, like something a little stronger than melatonin. Like I've tried melatonin before and it like somewhat helps, but like you're not supposed to stay on it too long because it can affect your own body's production of melatonin. I wonder like if you take it and then you get off of it, like how long you're supposed to be off of it until you like go on it again. Yeah, melatonin wasn't particularly helpful for me last time I tried it, but then again, like maybe I should try it again. You know, that's a pretty good reason to have to get to bed. I thought I was going to read that like your meeting, like a work meeting got moved up or something, but like a D&D session getting moved up, like that's a pretty good reason. I'm glad you like the nails. I hope you have a good rest. Yeah, fuck work. Except don't fuck work. Unless you have another work lined up, then fuck work. Okay. Smooth. Took care of those little spots. Those two nails look smoother than these two nails now. Alright, I'm gonna add... I know we've already got 2 coats of top coat on here, but since this is the hand I'll be photographing, photographing, taking pictures of. God, why does that word suddenly just like sound so weird in my mouth? I don't want 2 nails to be noticeably smoother than 2 other nails, even if probably nobody else looking would notice, but I would notice. And you know what? It's easier to just add another coat of top coat than to ask my brain why that bothers it so much. And then probably at some time in the next couple days, the right hand will start to bother me because it's not as evenly smooth as the left hand now. Can you guys tell the difference? I don't even know. I could be tripping. I can actually... I cannot see the little repair I did on this hand, but I can see the little repair that I did on this hand. Like a reflection of it, right? Yeah, okay. Guess what? Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna close our eyes, and when we open our eyes, we're not gonna look at our nails again, because they're fine, and I don't need to do anything more to them. I do not do swatches for Holo Taco. I do get Holo Taco PR. And I do nail art with it sometimes, but I'm not like sponsored or paid to do swatches. I don't really do swatches. Swatches is like... I don't want to say it doesn't interest me, because I like the idea of like the swatch project, which like somehow we didn't talk about today, but like swatching on my own hands has never been something that I've been into. I know I said I was going to close my eyes and not look back at my nails, but I lied. I probably will try to leave them alone. Uh-oh, what is this? What is... Battery. Customized just for me. Better. I hope that also makes it into the memes channel in Discord. Otherwise, I'll post it there if you haven't posted it there, because I'm going to save the tab for later so that I can open it and laugh at it again. You know, even with 3 coats of top coat, I can feel the drips. They thick. I guess part of that was like my technique. Like I applied them pretty heavily, but I don't know. How do you get around that? Mr. Beanie, your loyal fans have noticed that you're starving to death right in front of their eyes. Can you accept this without smelling my fingers? No, don't smell my fingers. It's right here. Good boy. He doesn't like nail polish smell. If he went to smell my fingers, I was afraid he might just get up and leave. Yeah, you're so handsome. No, treats are gone now. My nails smell... Yeah, see? He caught that whiff of polish. I was just trying to let you see I don't have any treats more. Is that okay? Say, stay away from me with those nail polish fingers? We got a little pet in there for you, Nine. Yeah. Good strim. A little bit of a nitpicky manicure. I confess. I confess to myself and to you guys. Right, okay. Rule number 37 of nail art. Don't point out your nitpicky mistakes to people who can't see your nitpicky mistakes. Do you guys see that slight alteration right there? Oh my god. Don't do it. Don't do it. What time is it now? It's almost 11. Wait, how long have we been going? 4 hours. Okay, that's the thing that happened. How many hours of it was trying to decide what 3 colors we were using? Probably a lot. Okay, let me find somewhere to send you guys. Yes, I am central. Of course, if you are new and you would like to join Discord, please feel free to hop in there. It's open to everybody. Nail stuff, animal stuff, stuff. Food stuff. I'm kind of tempted to send us to Ref because he's still doing his streamiversary. Although I think he's doing 12 hours, so he's getting close to the end. But also I'm tempted to send you guys to Nani because Nani is doing nails. Also, Daggett started up while we were going. What is that song? Do 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 do. I don't know where it's stuck in my head from. I don't know. Oh, did I? Nightbot is in chat. Hello, Nightbot? Okay, hold on. You know what? Actually, well, is anybody okay? A mod or some helpful person? Scroll down under the video player and in the social section, there's a Discord link. If somebody wants to copy and paste that into chat, there we go. Mika, thanks. Blah, blah, blah. Words. I'm sorry. Nightbot being down makes it so that I can't do what I was about to do. Well, one of the things I was about to do. Hold on. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so, oops, no, don't go here. Let's, all right, plans. No, you're good, Jay. We're about to wrap up. I'm gonna do fake shout out for Nani. If you want to stay in the nail art spirit, she is doing, what is she doing? Swatch and chill. If you would like to swatch and chill, you could head over there. But I think I'm gonna raid over to Ref because it is his streamiversary. I don't know how many of y'all like SMZ3 or even know what the hell that is, but considering the overlap and gap between nail art and video games, I'm guessing at least some of you do. And if you want to wish Ref a happy streamiversary, that'd be nice. I was hanging out there earlier, and if you would like to win some horseradish sauce or Ferrero Rochers, that's also a thing happening in Ref stream. Or if you have somebody else that you're already considering going to go watch, go have a good evening there as well. Can simple little raid. You can drop the beanies. You can drop whatever your favorite emote is, and I'm gonna stop the rambling. I feel like I'm worst at rambling at the beginning of stream and at the end of stream. Like during the middle of stream, it's like I'm just talking about whatever's in my head, and I'm talking about nail art and stuff. And at the beginning and at the end, I'm trying to do things right, like intro, outro. And then I always feel like awkward and weird, and like I say dumb things. Because math removed it from tier 1. Rip meatbag, rip. He did say he'd probably end up like switching things around in a little bit, so no. Have to find a new favorite emote. I will most likely be back tomorrow, so I don't know with what. I'll let you guys know in Discord. I hope you have a great rest of your day, whatever time of day it is, and I hope I'll see you guys next time. Where's the mute button? Sounds? Do I have sounds here?
Fine.
Oh, because my whole computer was muted.
Oh, it's a thing. Oh, it's a Colette.
If you are
Welcome, Colette.
in the future watching on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed the nail art and the boob talk.
Remember, simple little butt.
Like, how do I don't know.
Mika.
We talk about lots of different things when we're nitpicking nail art. That's a thing that happens live, and if you'd like to join me live, you can come follow at twitch.tv/Colette MSLP.
We missed a thing.
And if you just would like to continue watching here on YouTube, you can subscribe here as well. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you for hanging out, and thanks for watching.